The smell of wet iron always arrived 3 minutes before the sun dipped below the jagged line of the western pines. It was a sharp and heavy scent that clung to the back of my throat like a swallowed penny. I stood on the porch of the house my grandfather had left to me in the valley of Blackwood Creek. The air was perfectly still. Not a single leaf on the ancient oaks dared to tremble. It was the kind of silence that felt deliberate, as if the forest were holding its breath to see what I would do next. I pulled my thin jacket tighter against a sudden drop in temperature. The thermometer on the post registered 60 degrees, but my skin felt as though it were being brushed by a block of ice. The stream ran 30 yards from the back door. It was a shallow and narrow ribbon of water that cut through the gray stones and moss. During the day, it was mundane. It carried bits of silt and dead hemlock needles toward the larger river miles away. But as the twilight deepened into a bruised purple hue, the water began to change. I walked down the sloping lawn toward the bank. My boots made no sound on the damp grass. I reached the edge of the water and looked down. The reflection was not of the sky. The sky above me was a flat and colorless expanse of approaching night. There were no stars yet, and the moon was a faint thumbprint in the east. However, the surface of the stream was alive with a frantic and dancing orange glow. It looked like the heart of a massive bonfire. Long tongues of liquid light licked against the submerged rocks. The embers seemed to swirl in the eddies, and the deep red hues bled into the shadows of the bank. I looked up and scanned the horizon. There was no smoke. There was no smell of burning wood or dry brush. The woods were dark and cold and damp. I turned in a full circle, searching for the source of the illumination. There was nothing but the oppressive wall of the trees and the darkening valley. I knelt by the water. I did not reach out to touch it. There was a logic in my mind that told me my skin would blister if I dipped my fingers into that reflected heat. I watched a small twig float into the patch of glowing water. It did not catch fire. It did not char or smoke. It simply drifted through the brilliant orange light as if it were passing over a neon sign. The disconnect between what I saw and what I knew to be true created a dull ache behind my eyes. This was the 5th night in a row that the fire had appeared in the water. Each night it seemed brighter. Each night the area of the reflection seemed to expand further upstream. I heard the sound of a dry branch snapping behind me. I spun around, but the yard was empty. The back porch light flickered once and then died. I was standing in the dark with only the silent and impossible fire at my feet to light the world. I walked back toward the house with my pulse drumming a steady and frantic rhythm against my ribs. I did not run. I felt that if I ran, I would be admitting that there was something to fear. I entered the kitchen and locked the door. The wood was cold to the touch. I sat at the small wooden table and stared at the dark window. My neighbor was a man named Elias who lived 2 miles down the gravel road. He had lived in this valley for 70 years. I had seen him only once since I moved in. He had been standing by his mailbox and staring at the ground. I decided that I would visit him the next morning. I needed to know if the stream behaved this way for everyone, or if the valley was playing a trick on my eyes alone. I tried to read a book, but the words blurred together. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the flickering orange light dancing on the inside of my eyelids. The next morning the sun was pale and weak. The smell of iron was gone and was replaced by the scent of damp earth and rot. I drove my old truck down the winding road to the house of Elias. His home was a small shack covered in gray cedar shingles that were curling like dead leaves. He was sitting on a rusted lawn chair in the middle of his yard. He did not look up when I pulled the truck to a stop. He was staring at a bucket of water at his feet. I stepped out of the truck and cleared my throat. The sound was unnervingly loud in the quiet air. I asked him if he had a moment to talk. Elias turned his head slowly. His eyes were the color of washed-out denim, and his skin was mapped with deep lines. He did not speak for a long time. He looked back down at the bucket. I walked closer and saw that the water in his bucket was reflecting the same orange glow I had seen in the stream. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. The sun was high and the sky was blue, but the water in his bucket was filled with the dancing shadows of a phantom blaze. Elias spoke in a voice that sounded like grinding stones. He told me that I should not look at the reflections for too long. He said that the fire in the water was not a fire at all. He said it was a memory of something that had not happened yet. I asked him what he meant by that. He did not answer. He picked up the bucket and poured the water onto the dry dirt. The liquid soaked in instantly, but for a split second the ground itself seemed to glow with a dull and dying heat. He told me to go home and to keep my curtains closed. He said that the light was looking for a place to land. I drove back to my house with my hands shaking on the steering wheel. I told myself that the old man was suffering from the isolation of the valley. I told myself that there must be a mineral deposit in the water or a strange trick of refraction caused by the unique shape of the hills. I went into my cellar and found a glass jar. I walked down to the stream. The water was clear and cold in the morning light. There was no fire visible now. I dipped the jar into the flow and filled it to the brim. I took it back to the kitchen and set it on the counter. The water was perfectly transparent. I sat and watched it for hours. As the afternoon light began to fade, the iron smell returned. It was stronger today. It made my nose itch and my eyes water. I looked at the jar on the counter. A single orange spark appeared in the center of the water. It was small like the head of a pin. Then another appeared. Within minutes, the jar was filled with a miniature swirling inferno. I reached out and touched the glass. It was freezing. It was so cold that my skin stuck to the surface for a second before I pulled away. I looked out the window at the stream. The entire length of the water was now a roaring river of reflected flame. It was so bright that it cast long and distorted shadows of the trees across my lawn. The shadows did not move with the wind. They stayed fixed and rigid like black iron bars. I realized then that the reflection was not just in the water anymore. I looked at the polished chrome of the toaster on my counter. It was reflecting the fire. I looked at the glass on the framed picture of my grandfather. The fire was there too. I felt a sudden and sharp pain in my chest. I looked down at my own fingernails. Under the clear surface of the nail, I could see the tiny and flickering orange lights. The fire was not just outside of me. It was beginning to reflect from within. I went to the bathroom and splashed cold water on my face. When I looked in the mirror, I did not see my own eyes. I saw two hollow pits filled with a silent and hungry blaze. I did not feel hot. I felt a deep and crystalline chill spreading from my marrow outward to my skin. I remembered what Elias had said about the light looking for a place to land. I realized that the stream was not the source. The stream was merely the first thing to catch the signal. I walked into the living room and began to pull the heavy curtains shut. I blocked out the view of the glowing river. I turned off all the lamps. I sat in the total darkness of the center of the house, but the darkness was not complete. I could see the faint orange glow bleeding through the cracks in the floorboards. I could see it shimmering in the gaps around the door frames. The house was old and the wood was dry. I expected to smell smoke at any moment, but there was only that metallic and bloody scent of iron. I heard a soft tapping on the window pane. It was rhythmic and slow. It sounded like a finger bone hitting the glass. I did not move. I stayed in my chair and stared at the floor. The orange light began to pulse. It grew brighter and then dimmer in time with the tapping. It was as if the house were breathing. I thought about the history of this land. My grandfather had never mentioned the stream. He had been a man of few words and had spent most of his time in the woods. I wondered if he had sat in the same chair and watched the same fire. I wondered if the fire was why he had always kept the lights off even in the middle of the day. The tapping on the window stopped. It was replaced by a sound like rushing wind, even though the air inside the room was stagnant. I stood up and walked toward the door that led to the cellar. I needed to see if the fire was coming from the earth itself. I opened the door and was met with a wall of brilliant and blinding light. The cellar was gone. In its place was an endless expanse of flickering orange and red. There were no stairs and there was no floor. There was only a void of silent flame that stretched on forever. I slammed the door and leaned my back against it. My heart was thumping so hard I thought it would break my ribs. I went back to the kitchen and looked at the jar of water. The fire inside it had grown so intense that the water appeared to be boiling though there were no bubbles. I picked up the jar and threw it into the sink. The glass shattered and the water splashed across the porcelain. The shards of glass continued to glow. Each tiny sliver held a fragment of the fire. I realized that I could not break it or wash it away. It was a property of the world now. I heard a voice calling my name from outside. It was faint and sounded as if it were coming from the bottom of a deep well. It was not the voice of Elias. It was a voice I did not recognize, but it felt familiar in a way that made my skin crawl. I walked to the front door and peered through the peephole. The yard was bathed in that unnatural orange light. Standing at the edge of the woods was a figure. It was tall and thin, and its clothes were the color of ash. It did not have a face. Where the face should have been there was only a smooth and reflective surface that mirrored the burning stream. The figure did not move. It just stood there and reflected the fire back at the house. I felt a sudden and overwhelming urge to go outside. I wanted to walk into the stream and see if the water would finally feel warm. I wanted to know if the fire would consume the cold that had settled in my bones. I reached for the doorknob, but my hand stopped an inch away. I saw that my skin was becoming translucent. I could see the veins in my wrist, and they were not blue. They were glowing with a soft and steady orange light. I backed away from the door and retreated into the kitchen. I climbed onto the counter and sat in the corner as far away from the windows as possible. I watched the orange light crawl across the ceiling. It was beautiful and terrifying. It was a slow and methodical invasion of my reality. I knew that by morning the fire would have claimed everything. I knew that the stream would be the only thing left that looked normal, while the rest of the world burned with a cold and silent flame. I closed my eyes and tried to think of something else. I thought of the city and the noise and the lights that were made of electricity and glass. But even in my mind, the city began to glow. The skyscrapers reflected a fire that did not exist, and the streets became rivers of orange light. There was no escape from the reflection because the reflection was not an image. It was a replacement. I sat in the dark and waited for the sun to rise, but I knew that the sun would only bring a different kind of light. I knew that the fire in the water was just the beginning of the end of the night. The house began to groan. The beams shifted and the floorboards creaked as if under a great weight. I looked at the floor and saw that the orange light was now pouring out of the wood like honey. It pooled around the legs of the table and the base of the cabinets. It was thick and viscous. I realized that the house was not just reflecting the fire anymore. It was becoming the fire. I pulled my knees to my chest and tucked my head down. I could feel the cold light pressing against me from all sides. It was a weightless and suffocating pressure. I did not scream because I knew that if I opened my mouth, the fire would find a way inside. I stayed silent and waited for the reflection to become the reality. The orange light did not burn the wood of the floor, but it seemed to dissolve the solid nature of the oak. I watched as the grain of the floorboards began to ripple like the surface of a pond, disturbed by a heavy stone. The house was no longer a shelter. It had become a lens focusing a strange and distant power onto the small patch of earth where I sat. I remained on the kitchen counter with my back pressed against the cold tiles of the backsplash. The smell of iron had become so thick that I could taste the blood in my mouth. It was the flavor of a cut lip or a rusted nail. My breathing was shallow, and each inhale felt like drawing a lungful of fine metal shavings. The light continued to rise from the floor. It reached the level of the chair seats and then the tabletop. Everything it touched lost its color. The rich brown of the table became a dull and translucent amber. The shadows cast by the legs of the chairs were not black, but a deep and bruised violet that seemed to vibrate against the floor. I looked at my hands again. The orange glow beneath my skin had spread from my fingertips to my palms. I could see the intricate network of my bones, as if I were looking at an X-ray made of liquid fire. There was no pain, but the cold was becoming an absolute presence. It was a freezing pressure that seemed to be trying to turn my blood into ice. I realized that I could not stay in the house. The walls were becoming thin, and the roof was beginning to glow with the same intensity as the stream. If I stayed, I would become a part of the reflection. I would be a flickering image trapped in the wood and glass of a house that no longer existed in the physical world. I slid off the counter and my feet sank into the orange pool on the floor. It felt like stepping into thick and icy syrup. It did not wet my socks, but the chill of it traveled up my legs and settled in my hips. I waded toward the back door. The movement was difficult, as if the air itself had become heavy and resistant. I reached the door and gripped the handle. The metal was so cold that it felt as though it would tear the skin from my palm. I turned the knob and pushed. The door did not swing open on its hinges. It dissolved into 1,000 tiny sparks of light that drifted away into the night air. I stepped out onto the porch and looked toward the woods. The figure with the reflective face was gone, but the forest was no longer dark. Every tree was outlined in a shimmering halo of orange. The leaves were like shards of colored glass, and the ground was a carpet of glowing embers that did not smoke. The silence was broken by a low and rhythmic thrumming sound. It was not coming from the woods or the sky. It was coming from deep underground. It was a vibration that I felt in the soles of my feet and the marrow of my teeth. It sounded like a massive heart beating at a very slow pace. With each thrum, the orange light in the stream and the trees would flare brighter. I walked down the steps of the porch and toward the center of the yard. I felt as though I were walking through a dream, where the laws of physics had been rewritten by a blind and ancient architect. I looked back at the house. It was standing in the middle of the lawn like a lantern. The windows were brilliant squares of fire, and the siding was glowing with a pale and ghostly heat. I saw a movement in the upstairs window of the room that used to be the bedroom of my grandfather. A shadow passed across the glass. It was a tall shadow with long and spindly arms. It stopped at the window and looked down at me. Even though there were no features, I felt a sense of recognition. It was the same shadow I had seen in the woods, but now it was inside my home. It raised a hand and pressed it against the glass. The glass did not break, but it rippled under the touch of the shadow. I turned away and ran toward the road. I did not care about the cold or the strange light anymore. I only wanted to reach the house of Elias. He had known about the reflections. He had seen the fire in his bucket of water. He was the only person who might have an answer or a way to stop the spread of the glow. The gravel road was a ribbon of gray light stretching through the black walls of the pines. My boots kicked up dust that sparkled like diamond dust in the air. I did not look back at my house. I knew that if I looked back, I would see it vanish into the light. The 2 miles to the home of the old man felt like 20. The thrumming from the earth grew louder and more frequent. It was a heavy and wet sound like a boot pulling out of deep mud. The air began to shimmer with a heat haze that had no warmth. I saw the house of Elias appearing through the trees. It was dark. It was the only thing in the valley that was not glowing. It sat like a black hole in the center of the orange forest. I reached the gate of his yard and stopped. The rusted lawn chair was empty, but the bucket of water was still sitting on the grass. I walked to the front door and pounded on the wood. I called out his name, but there was no answer. I tried the handle and found it unlocked. I stepped inside and was immediately struck by the smell of old paper and peppermint. The interior of the house was cramped and filled with stacks of books and newspapers. There were no lights on, but the orange glow from the woods outside leaked through the cracks in the walls. It created a striped pattern of light and shadow across the floor. I found Elias in the kitchen. He was sitting at a small table with his hands folded in front of him. He was staring at a mirror that he had propped up against a loaf of bread. The mirror did not reflect the kitchen. It reflected a vast and open plain under a sky that was the color of a bruised plum. In the distance of the mirror, I could see a city made of black stone. The city was on fire, but the flames were white. Elias did not look at me when I entered. He spoke in that same gravelly voice and told me that I was late. He said that the light had already found its way into my blood. I told him that I did not understand what was happening. I asked him what the city in the mirror was and why the water was burning. Elias turned his head and looked at me. His eyes were no longer the color of denim. They were silver and reflective, like the face of the figure in the woods. He told me that the valley of Blackwood Creek was a place where the skin of the world was thin. He said that once every 100 years, the two sides began to bleed into one another. The fire in the water was the light of the other side trying to find a path into our world. He said that the reflection was the first stage of the crossing. Once the reflection became perfect, the two worlds would swap places. The trees and the water and the houses of our world would become the shadows of the other. I asked him how to stop it. I told him that I did not want to become a shadow. Elias reached out and touched my arm. His hand was as cold as a block of dry ice. He told me that there was no stopping the cycle. He said that the only thing a person could do was choose which side they wanted to stand on when the final flare occurred. He told me that my grandfather had made his choice 40 years ago. He said that my grandfather had not died in the hospital like the family believed. He had simply walked into the stream when the fire was at its peak and had never come out. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. I remembered the funeral of my grandfather and the closed casket. I had been told he had been disfigured by a fire, but there had been no fire in his house. I realized now that the fire had been the reflection. My family had lied to me, or perhaps they had not known the truth themselves. Elias stood up and walked to the window. He pointed toward the stream that ran behind his shack. The water there was a roaring torrent of white and orange light. He told me that the peak would happen at midnight. He said that when the moon reached the center of the sky, the reflection would become the reality. I looked at the clock on the wall. The hands were spinning backward at a frantic pace. The ticking sound was being drowned out by the thrumming of the earth. I asked Elias what he was going to do. He smiled, and it was a sad and weary expression. He said that he was old and that he had seen enough of this world. He said he wanted to see the city of black stone before he closed his eyes for the last time. He walked toward the door and invited me to come with him. He said that the fire was not something to fear if you accepted the cold. I followed him out into the yard. The orange light was so bright now that it was painful to look at. The trees were translucent, and I could see the sap moving through the trunks like liquid gold. We walked toward the bank of the stream. The sound of the water was like 1,000 voices whispering at once. The smell of iron was gone and was replaced by a scent that was sweet and cloying like rotting lilies. I stood at the edge of the burning water and looked down. My reflection was no longer mine. I saw a man standing in a field of white flowers under a dark sun. He was wearing my clothes, but his face was smooth and featureless. He was reaching up toward me with a hand that was made of silver light. I felt a pull in my chest. It was a physical tug, as if a hook had been snagged in my heart. The world around me began to blur. The trees and the shack and the old man became streaks of orange and black. The only thing that remained solid was the reflection in the water. Elias stepped into the stream. He did not sink. He stood on the surface of the liquid fire as if it were solid ground. He looked back at me and held out his hand. He told me that the first step was the hardest. He said that I had to let go of the idea of heat and cold. I reached out my hand toward his, but I stopped. I looked back toward the road. I saw the lights of a car in the distance. It was a pair of small and weak yellow dots fighting against the overwhelming orange of the valley. Someone was coming. The sight of the car lights grounded me. They were a reminder of the world where things were solid and shadows were black. I pulled my hand back from Elias. I told him that I could not go. I told him that I belonged to the world of dirt and rust. Elias nodded slowly. He did not seem angry. He simply turned and walked further into the center of the stream. With every step he took, he became more transparent. By the time he reached the far bank, he was nothing more than a shimmer in the air. Then, with a sudden flash of white light, he was gone. I was alone in the burning valley. The thrumming of the earth reached a crescendo that made my ears bleed. I fell to my knees on the glowing grass and covered my head with my arms. The light became a solid wall that pressed down on me. I felt the house and the trees and the very ground beneath me begin to vibrate with an impossible frequency. I closed my eyes and prayed for the sun to rise. I prayed for the smell of iron to leave my throat. I felt myself being lifted off the ground, as if gravity had lost its grip on my body. Then there was a sound like a mountain cracking in half. A blast of cold wind swept through the valley and the orange light vanished instantly. I fell back onto the grass. The silence that followed was absolute. I opened my eyes and saw that the world was dark again. The moon was a pale sliver in the sky, and the stars were visible through the branches of the trees. The stream was a dark and quiet ribbon of water reflecting nothing but the dim light of the night. I stood up and brushed the dirt from my clothes. The smell of rot and lilies was gone. The air was crisp and smelled of pine needles and damp earth. I looked toward the house of Elias, but it was gone. In its place was an empty clearing filled with tall weeds and a rusted lawn chair. There was no sign that a house had ever stood there. I walked to the edge of the stream and looked down. My reflection was my own again. My eyes were tired and my face was pale, but I was there. I walked back toward my truck. My legs felt heavy and my joints ached with a deep and biting cold. I reached the road and saw the car that had been approaching. It was an old sedan and it had stopped in the middle of the gravel. The driver was standing outside the vehicle and looking around with a confused expression. It was a young woman with a map in her hand. She saw me and called out. She asked me if I knew the way to the highway. She said that she had been driving for hours and felt as though she were going in circles. I looked at her and saw that her eyes were wide with a subtle fear. I walked toward her and noticed something that made my heart freeze. The headlights of her car were not yellow. They were a faint and flickering orange. I looked down at the ground near her feet. Her shadow was not black. It was a deep and vibrating violet. I realized then that the crossing had not failed. It had simply changed its method. The light had found a new place to land. I told her that the highway was just a few miles ahead, and that she should not stop for anything until she reached the city. She thanked me and got back into her car. I watched her drive away until her taillights disappeared into the dark. I stood in the middle of the road and felt the first few drops of rain begin to fall. The water was cold and clean. I looked at my fingernails and saw that the orange sparks were gone. But when I breathed out a puff of white mist into the cold air, I saw a single spark of fire dancing in the center of the vapor. The reflection was inside me now. I was the carrier. I was the bridge between the two worlds. I walked back toward my glowing house and wondered how long it would take for the rest of the world to catch fire. The rain intensified as I walked toward the structure that used to be my home. It was no longer a house in the way that a person understands a building. It was a beacon that pulsed with a rhythmic and sickly radiance. The wood did not look like wood. It looked like layers of semi-transparent horn or thick amber that had been carved into the shape of a dwelling. Every drop of water that hit the roof did not splash. Instead, it was absorbed into the glow with a tiny hiss of white noise. I reached the front porch and noticed that the stairs felt soft under my boots. They gave way like wet sand but did not break. The orange light beneath my skin was quiet now, but I could feel it humming in the back of my throat like a trapped insect. I pushed the front door open, and the air inside was so dense that I had to force my way through it. The interior of the house had changed. The furniture was still there, but it was stretched and distorted as if the dimensions of the room were being pulled by a heavy weight in the center of the floor. My kitchen table was now 10 feet long, and the chairs were thin needles of glass that reached toward the ceiling. I walked toward the hallway and heard a sound that was not the rain. It was a scratching noise coming from inside the walls. It sounded like something with many legs trying to find a way through the plaster. I did not stop to investigate. I went to the closet and pulled out a heavy wool coat. I needed to cover myself. I needed to hide the fact that I was becoming a source of the light. As I pulled the coat over my shoulders, I looked into the mirror on the back of the door. My face was a map of glowing veins. The light in my eyes was not a reflection of the room, but a steady beam that projected outward. I looked like a lantern that had been wrapped in thin parchment. I looked at the shadow I cast against the wall. It was not moving when I moved. My shadow stayed still for 3 seconds before it slowly raised its arm to mimic my own gesture. It was a delayed reaction that made my skin crawl. The shadow was a separate entity that was struggling to keep up with the physical body it was tethered to. I realized that the old man Elias was right. The swap was happening in stages. My body was still here, but my essence was already being tugged toward the city of black stone. I left the house and started the engine of my truck. The machine groaned and the headlights flickered with that same orange hue I had seen on the car of the woman. I did not know where I was going, but I knew I could not stay in the valley of Blackwood Creek. If I stayed, I would be pulled into the stream like my grandfather. I needed to find a place where the skin of the world was thick. I needed to find a place where the light could not reach. I drove through the dark woods, and the trees seemed to lean toward the road as I passed. They were hungry for the warmth that was leaking out of me. The thrumming from the earth had faded into a low vibration that I could only feel in my teeth. It was a signal that the first wave had passed, but the tide was still coming in. I drove for 3 hours toward the north. I watched the fuel gauge and saw that the needle was not moving. The truck was not running on gasoline anymore. It was running on the energy of the reflection. The engine sounded like a choir of voices singing a single note in a language I did not understand. I passed through small towns where the streetlights were all dark and the windows of the houses were boarded up. The people here knew something was wrong. They could feel the shift in the air even if they could not see the fire in the water. I saw a man standing on a street corner in a town called Oak Haven. He was holding a flashlight, but he was not using it to see. He was staring at the beam as if he were trying to read a message in the particles of dust dancing in the light. I pulled over and rolled down my window. The air outside was freezing, but the air inside the truck was stiflingly hot. I asked the man if there was a place nearby where I could stay the night. He did not look at me. He kept his eyes fixed on the flashlight beam and told me that there were no rooms left in this world. He said that everyone was waiting for the sun to rise, but the sun had forgotten how to find this part of the sky. He spoke with a flatness that suggested he had already accepted the end. I saw that his fingernails were beginning to glow with a faint purple light. He was a carrier too, but his reflection was different. He was not a bridge to the city of black stone. He was a bridge to somewhere else, somewhere colder. I drove away and left him there. I realized that the valley was not the only place where the skin was thin. The entire world was beginning to fray at the edges. The orange light was just one color in a spectrum of invasions. I reached the outskirts of a large city just as the sky began to turn a bruised shade of gray. It was not the light of dawn. It was the light of a world that did not have a sun. The skyscrapers were tall and jagged against the horizon. They looked like teeth waiting to bite into the clouds. I parked the truck in a vacant lot and walked toward the center of the city. I hoped that the presence of so many people and so much concrete would ground the reality. I hoped that the sheer mass of the human world would act as an anchor. The streets were empty of cars, but filled with people who were walking in silence. They were all dressed in heavy layers of clothing, despite the growing heat. I saw a woman sitting on a park bench who was holding a mirror in her lap. She was weeping quietly as she watched her own face dissolve into a cloud of silver sparks in the glass. Nobody helped her because they were all dealing with their own transformations. Some people were transparent, and some were glowing with a fierce and angry red light. The city was a mosaic of different realities clashing against each other. The sound of the thrumming returned, but it was louder here. It echoed off the glass walls of the buildings and created a harmony that made my head spin. I found an old church made of heavy gray stone. It looked solid and ancient. I went inside, and the air was cool and smelled of incense and old wood. I sat in a pew and closed my eyes. I tried to remember the smell of the pine woods before the fire. I tried to remember the sound of the creek when it was just water and not a liquid ghost. I felt a hand on my shoulder and I jumped. It was an old woman with a veil over her face. She told me that the stone would not save me. She said that the light did not care about the weight of the walls. She told me that the only way to survive was to find the source of the reflection and break it. I asked her how a person could break a reflection. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small shard of black glass. She said that this was a piece of the original world. She told me that there were 12 stones hidden across the land that acted as pins holding the fabric of reality together. She said that the pins were being pulled out one by the figure with the reflective face. She told me that the figure was not a demon or an alien. It was a gardener. It was harvesting the energy of our world to feed the city of black stone. She said that my grandfather had been a guardian of one of these pins and that his failure was why the valley had fallen first. I took the shard of glass from her, and it was so heavy that it nearly pulled my hand to the floor. It felt like holding a piece of a collapsed star. She told me that I had to go back to the valley. She said that the source of the reflection was not in the water or the trees. It was in the basement of my house. She said that my grandfather had hidden the pin there and that the figure was using it as a lens to focus the light. I told her that I could not go back. I told her that I was afraid of the cold and the silence. She looked at me through the veil, and I saw that her eyes were gone. In their place were two swirling vortexes of white smoke. She said that fear was the only thing that was still real and that I should use it as a compass. I left the church and ran back to the truck. The city was beginning to groan as the buildings started to shimmer. I saw a skyscraper tilt to the side and then snap back into place like a rubber band. The physics of the world were failing. I drove back toward the south, and the speed of the truck was incredible. The landscape was a blur of orange and violet. I did not care about the police or the other drivers. There were no police anymore, and the other drivers were all heading toward the horizons of their own choosing. I reached the entrance to Blackwood Creek just as the moon was beginning to set. The valley was a bowl of liquid fire. The heat was now so intense that the paint on the truck was beginning to peel and curl like dead skin. I drove through the gate of my property and saw that the house was now a blinding white structure that hurt to look at. The figure with the reflective face was standing on the front lawn. It was taller than it had been before, and its arms were long enough to touch the ground. It was waiting for me. I stepped out of the truck and held the shard of black glass in my hand. The figure tilted its head, and the reflection on its face showed me a vision of my own death. I saw myself lying at the bottom of the stream with my eyes turned to silver. I did not look away. I walked toward the house, and the figure did not move to stop me. It simply watched with an expressionless mask of light. I entered the house, and the floor was now a liquid pool of orange honey. I waded through it toward the basement door. The wood of the door was glowing with a pale green light, and the handle was a twisted piece of iron that felt like a living snake in my hand. I pulled it open and descended into the dark. The basement was not filled with boxes or old tools. It was a vast cavern that seemed to stretch for miles beneath the earth. In the center of the cavern was a pillar of black stone that was vibrating with a deafening roar. This was the pin. This was the anchor that was being used to tear the world apart. I saw the light of the other side flowing out of the pillar like a waterfall. It was beautiful and terrifying. I saw the city of black stone through the haze, and I saw the people of that world looking back at me. They were not monsters. They were tired and hungry beings who were trying to escape their own dying reality. I realized that the swap was not an act of malice. It was an act of survival, but their survival meant our extinction. I walked toward the pillar, and the cold was so sharp that it felt as though my skin were being sliced by 1,000 razors. I raised the shard of black glass and prepared to strike the pillar. The figure appeared behind me. It did not speak, but I felt its voice in my mind. It told me that if I broke the pin, I would trap both worlds in a state of eternal transition. It said that we would all become shadows caught between the light and the dark. It told me that the only way to save my world was to take the place of the pin. I would have to become the anchor. I would have to stand in the center of the fire and hold the two sides apart with my own will. I looked at the shard of glass and then at the pillar. I thought of the woman in the car and the man on the street corner. I thought of the smell of the pine needles and the taste of clean water. I dropped the shard of glass into the orange pool at my feet. I walked toward the pillar and placed my hands on the vibrating stone. The impact was like being hit by a lightning bolt. My body was filled with 1,000,000 years of history and 1,000,000 miles of distance. I felt the earth beneath me and the stars above me. I felt the heat of the fire and the cold of the reflection. I became the lens. I became the bridge. I closed my eyes, and I could feel the light being pulled back through my skin and into the stone. The thrumming changed from a wet and heavy sound to a clear and ringing bell. The orange light in the house began to dim. The liquid floor solidified and the walls regained their color. The figure with the reflective face began to shrink and fade until it was nothing more than a puff of gray smoke. I could feel the world outside returning to its proper shape. The The stream became water again and the trees became wood, but I could not move. My hands were fused to the pillar, and my blood was now a liquid fire that kept the anchor in place. I was the guardian now. I was the one who would stand in the dark so that the others could live in the light. The hours passed and I felt the sun rise over the valley. I could not see it, but I could feel its warmth on the surface of the earth far above me. I heard the sound of a car driving down the gravel road. It was the woman from the sedan. She had come back to find me. She called my name from the top of the basement stairs, but I did not answer. I could not answer. My voice was part of the vibration of the stone. She walked down the steps and saw me standing there in the center of the cavern. She saw the glow in my eyes and the way my body was part of the pillar. She did not scream. She walked toward me and touched my arm. Her hand was warm and it felt like the most precious thing in the universe. She asked me what she could do to help. I told her through the vibration of the stone that she had to leave. I told her that she had to tell the others that the valley was safe, but that they must never come back. She looked at me with tears in her eyes, and I saw that her shadow was black again. The orange light was gone from her headlights and her heart. She nodded and turned to leave. As she reached the top of the stairs, she looked back one last time. She said that she would remember me. She said that she would tell the story of the man who became the fire to save the world from the reflection. I am still here. The basement is dark and the pillar is quiet. I can feel the seasons changing above me. I can feel the snow falling in the winter and the flowers blooming in the spring. I am the silence in the woods and the depth in the water. Sometimes when the moon is high and the air is thin, I can see the city of black stone shimmering in the distance. It is a beautiful city, and I do not hate the people who live there. They are just like us. They are just looking for a place to belong, but the skin of the world is thick now, and the reflection is held at bay. I will stand here for 100 years or 1,000 until the cycle begins again and someone else comes to take my place. Until then, I will watch the fire in my blood and listen to the heartbeat of the world. The stone beneath my palms felt like the skin of a dying sun. It was not a solid object anymore, but a frequency that vibrated at the same pitch as my own bone marrow. I could feel the weight of the entire planet pressing down on my shoulders while the pull of the other world tugged at my heels. I was no longer a man named Thomas. I was a structural component of the universe. The woman had been gone for what felt like 100 years, though the ticking of a clock somewhere in the wreckage of the kitchen told me it had only been 10 minutes. Time was beginning to stretch and loop around the pillar like a coil of rope. I watched a spider crawl across the floor, and its movements were so slow that I could see every individual hair on its legs twitching in the static. The silence of the basement was not a lack of sound. It was a heavy pressure that pushed against my eardrums. I realized that the old woman in the church had not told me the full truth. She had said I would be an anchor, but she had not mentioned that the pillar was a hungry thing. It started to drain the memories from my mind to fuel its stability. I tried to think of the face of my mother, but the image was blurry like a photograph left out in the rain. I tried to remember the taste of a cold apple, but the sensation was replaced by the metallic tang of the orange light. I fought to hold on to the small details of my life, because I knew that if I forgot who I was, the anchor would slip, and the city of black stone would come rushing back through the gap. Above me, the house began to settle. The groaning of the timber sounded like a long sigh of relief. The invasion had been halted, but the scars remained. I could feel the presence of the figure with the reflective face lingering on the edge of my perception. It was not gone. It was just waiting in the shadows of the dimension next to ours. It was a scavenger that lived in the cracks between realities, and it was annoyed that I had plugged the hole. It whispered to me in a voice that sounded like dry leaves skittering across a sidewalk. It told me that the stone would eventually consume me. It said that my flesh would turn to carbon, and my soul would become a spark of electricity trapped in the black rock forever. I did not listen. I focused on the feeling of the dirt beneath the foundation of the house. I began to see visions through the stone. I saw the 12 other pins scattered across the globe. One was buried deep beneath the ice of the southern pole. Another was hidden in the basement of a library in a city that had been forgotten by history. I saw the guardians of those pins. They were all like me. They were men and women who had stood in the gap when the light came for their homes. Some of them had been there for centuries. Their bodies were gone, and only their glowing spirits remained fused to the rock. I felt a sense of kinship with them. We were the silent army that kept the world from falling into the void. We were the reason the sun rose every morning, and the reason the stars stayed in their places. The physical pain in my arms began to fade into a dull throb. My nervous system was being rewritten by the energy of the pillar. I noticed that I did not need to breathe anymore. The air in the basement was stale and thin, but my lungs did not burn. My heart beat once every hour. Each pulse sent a ripple of gold light through the stone that stabilized the local reality for 50 miles in every direction. I could feel the people in the nearby towns waking up from their nightmares. They would look in their mirrors and see their own faces again. They would think the orange fire had been a strange atmospheric phenomenon or a collective hallucination. They would go back to their lives and forget the terror of the night. I wondered if anyone would ever find the shard of black glass I had dropped. It sat in the dust a few feet away from me. It looked like a hole in the floor. It was a piece of the original world that had existed before the first reflection. If someone were to pick it up, they would be able to see the world as it truly was without the filters of human perception. They would see the gears of the universe grinding together and the threads of fate weaving through the air. I hoped the dust would cover it. Some truths are too heavy for a regular person to carry. As the first day of my watch came to an end, I felt a change in the atmosphere. The cold from the city of black stone intensified. I could see the tall towers of that other place through the semi-transparent walls of the cavern. They were beautiful in a way that hurt the heart. They were built of shadow and light, and they reached for a sky that was filled with violet nebulae. I saw the people of that world walking along the parapets. They looked like statues made of smoke. One of them stopped and looked toward the pillar. It was a child with eyes that were two bright stars. The child reached out a hand as if trying to touch the surface of the barrier I had created. I felt a surge of pity. They were not evil. They were just cold. They wanted the warmth of our world the same way a person in a storm wants a fire. I pushed back against the pressure. I poured my will into the stone and the barrier thickened. I could not let them in. Our world was too fragile to host them. Their very presence would unmake the laws of physics that kept us alive. I had to be the wall. I had to be the one who said no. The child turned away and disappeared into the violet haze. The vision faded, and I was alone in the dark basement once again. I spent the next few days learning how to move my consciousness outside of my body. Since I was tethered to the pillar, I could send my thoughts along the ley lines of the earth. I traveled through the soil and the stone. I felt the roots of the ancient oaks in the valley and the flow of the underground rivers. I saw the animals returning to the woods. The deer were cautious, but they could tell that the wrongness had left the air. The birds began to sing again at dawn. Their songs were like needles of silver that pierced the gloom of my subterranean prison. I realized that even though I was trapped, I was more connected to the world than I had ever been when I was walking on the surface. I heard the sound of footsteps on the porch above. It was not the woman this time. It was a man with heavy boots. I felt his weight through the vibrations in the floorboards. He walked into the kitchen and stayed there for a long time. I could hear him moving chairs and opening cupboards. He was looking for something. I realized he was a scavenger. He thought the house was abandoned because the lights were out and the windows were cracked. He did not know that the master of the house was right beneath his feet, holding the world together. He found the basement door. I felt his hand on the iron handle. The handle was still cold and twisted, but it did not move. I locked it with a thought. I did not want him to see what I had become. I did not want him to touch the stone and be consumed by the reflection. He rattled the door with more force, but it held firm. He cursed under his breath and walked away. I heard him leave the house and drive off in a loud car that smelled of burnt oil and gas. I felt a sense of relief. The world was going back to its messy and imperfect self. People were being greedy and loud and careless again. It was a beautiful thing to witness. The seasons turned. I felt the first frost of autumn seep into the ground. The energy of the pillar changed to a deep copper color. I watched the leaves fall from the trees through the eyes of a hawk that was resting on the roof of the house. The valley was a tapestry of red and gold. It was hard to believe that only a few months ago it had been a place of liquid fire and screaming shadows. The memory of the fire was fading from the land. The earth has a way of healing itself if given enough time. I began to lose the ability to speak English in my head. My thoughts were becoming patterns of vibration and light. I no longer thought in words like hunger or cold. I thought in frequencies. I was a song that never ended. I was the bass note that gave the world its rhythm. I realized that my grandfather had probably been here before me. Maybe he had not failed. Maybe he had just reached the end of his time and had passed the torch to me through the blood in the water. I wondered who would come after me. I wondered if the cycle would ever be broken, or if the two worlds would always be trying to swap places like two people in a narrow hallway. One night the figure with the reflective face returned. It did not stand on the lawn this time. It appeared inside the basement, just outside the circle of my light. It looked smaller and weaker than before. It was starving. Without the energy of the reflection to feed on it was beginning to dissipate. It asked me why I chose this fate. It asked me why I would give up the sun and the wind for a piece of cold rock. I did not answer with words. I sent a pulse of pure reality toward it. The pulse was filled with the smell of wet earth and the sound of a heartbeat. The figure recoiled as if it had been burned. It could not handle the density of the real world. It flickered like a candle in a gale, and then it was gone. It would not come back. I felt a deep peace settle over me. The battle was over for now. I settled into my long watch. I watched the stars move across the sky in great slow arcs. I felt the migration of the whales in the distant oceans and the shifting of the tectonic plates deep in the crust of the earth. I was part of the machine. I was a gear that worked perfectly. I closed my eyes and let the light of the pillar wash over me. I was the carrier. I was the bridge. I was the anchor. And for the first time in my life, I knew exactly where I was supposed to be. The world was safe, and the reflection was just a memory. I waited in the dark, and I was not afraid. The passage of time became a physical sensation that rolled over me like the tides of a heavy sea. I could no longer tell if I had been standing in the basement for days or for decades. The wood of the house above me began to settle into a new kind of silence. The mice that had once scurried through the walls departed as if they sensed that the building was no longer a home for the living. It had become a monument. It had become a shell for the engine of reality. I felt the winter deepen into a cold so profound that the ground cracked above my head. The frost reached down through the soil and touched the outer walls of the cavern, but the heat from my own blood kept the air around the pillar at a constant temperature. I was the only warm thing left in a frozen world. The connection to the other guardians grew stronger as the surface world went dormant. I could feel the mind of the one beneath the southern ice. He was ancient. His thoughts were like the slow movement of glaciers. He had forgotten his name and the language he had spoken when he was a man. He only knew the weight of the ice and the hum of the stone. He sensed my presence and sent a ripple of recognition through the ley lines. It was a comfort to know that I was not alone in my vigil. We were a network of souls stretched across the globe, holding the fabric of existence together with nothing but our collective will. I understood then that the world was much more fragile than anyone ever dared to imagine. It was a thin sheet of glass held up by 13 hands, and if even one of us let go, the entire thing would shatter into a billion pieces of light and shadow. The hunger of the stone was relentless. It did not want food or water, but it wanted the essence of what I had been. I found myself losing the memory of my own face. When I tried to recall the color of my eyes, I saw only the orange glow of the reflection. When I tried to remember the sound of my own voice, I heard the ringing of the bell. To combat this erosion, I began to invent stories in my head. I told myself the history of the valley over and over again. I spoke to the stone about the way the wind felt in the summer and the way the mud smelled after a heavy rain. I fought to keep the small human things alive because they were the very things I was protecting. If I became nothing but a machine, then the world I was saving would lose its meaning. I had to remain a man even if my body was turning into mineral and fire. A year must have passed because I felt the earth begin to soften and breathe again. The spring brought a different kind of pressure. The growth of the plants and the return of the insects created a cacophony of life that vibrated through the foundation. I heard a dog barking in the distance. The sound was so sharp and real that it made my heart beat a little faster. It was a reminder that the world was continuing without me. People were falling in love and breaking their hearts. They were eating bread and drinking wine. They were sleeping in warm beds and waking up to the sun. I was glad for them. I took pride in the fact that they did not know I existed. The best kind of sacrifice is the one that goes unnoticed, because it means the world is functioning exactly as it should. One afternoon, the silence was broken by the sound of a shovel hitting the earth. Someone was digging outside the house. I focused my awareness and saw a young man standing in the garden. He was wearing a bright yellow shirt and he looked like he was full of purpose. He was planting a tree. He dug a deep hole and placed a sapling into the dark soil. He patted the dirt down with his hands and poured water over the roots. I felt the water seep through the layers of dirt and stone until it reached the ceiling of my cavern. It was a simple act of faith. He was planting something that he would not see reach full maturity for 50 years. He was investing in a future that he believed was stable. I felt a surge of energy move through my arms and into the pillar. I would hold this ground for him. I would make sure his tree grew tall and strong. The figure with the reflective face did not return, but other things began to gather at the edges of the light. I saw the ghosts of the things that had been lost during the transition. They were not people, but fragments of ideas and shadows of possibilities. They hovered in the dark corners of the basement like moths drawn to a flame. They wanted to be real again. They whispered to me about the beauty of the city of black stone. They told me that I could leave the pillar at any time and walk into that other world as a king. They said that the people there would worship me because I had the power to bridge the gap. I ignored them. Their voices were thin and lacked the weight of truth. They were just echoes of the hunger that lived in the void. My physical form continued to change. My skin had taken on the texture of polished obsidian. My veins were visible beneath the surface like glowing wires of copper. I no longer felt the pain of the fusion. The stone and I had reached a state of equilibrium. I was the pillar, and the pillar was me. I began to understand the language of the vibration. It was not just a sound, but a code. It contained the blueprints for every leaf and every stone in the valley. I could see the way the atoms were arranged in the air above me. I could see the hidden patterns in the flight of the birds. I was becoming a witness to the secret geometry of the universe. The woman from the sedan returned on the anniversary of the night the world broke. I knew it was her by the way her footsteps moved across the porch. She did not enter the house this time. She sat on the top step and looked out at the valley. I could feel her grief and her gratitude. She left a small bunch of wildflowers by the door. She did not say a word, but she stayed there until the sun went down. Her presence was like a cool breeze in the middle of a fever. She was the link between my past and my present. She was the proof that my choice had mattered. When she finally drove away, I felt a sense of completion. The debt had been paid. The balance had been restored. The years began to blur into a single long moment of existence. I watched the house above me slowly decay. The roof developed a leak and the wallpaper began to peel. The windows were broken by stones thrown by neighborhood children who thought the place was haunted. They were right in a way. I was the ghost that kept the walls from falling. I used my will to reinforce the beams and keep the foundation from shifting. I needed the house to stand because it was the anchor for the anchor. It was the physical shell that hid the secret from the world. If the house disappeared, the hole in reality might become visible to those who were not ready to see it. I saw the city of black stone one last time during a solar eclipse. The moon blocked out the sun, and for a few minutes the veil between the worlds became as thin as a spider web. I saw the great spires of the city reaching up toward a sky of liquid silver. I saw the inhabitants standing on their balconies looking toward our world with a look of profound longing. They were not monsters. They were just travelers who had lost their way in the dark. I felt a deep connection to them. We were all just trying to find a place where the light was constant. I sent a pulse of peace through the pillar and toward their city. I wanted them to know that I did not hold any malice toward them. I was just doing what I had to do to protect my own kind. As the light returned, the vision faded. I felt a new sensation in my hands. The vibration of the stone was changing again. It was becoming lighter and more musical. I realized that the earth was entering a new phase of its life. The era of the reflections was coming to an end. The skin of the world was thickening, and the need for the anchors was diminishing. I felt the other guardians beginning to fade. One by one, their lights went out as they were absorbed back into the core of the planet. Their work was done. They were finally allowed to rest. I knew that my time was also coming to an end. I did not feel fear. I felt a sense of profound relief. I had stood in the dark for so long that I had forgotten what it was like to be light. I began to let go of the stone. I did not pull away, but I allowed my consciousness to expand outward beyond the basement and the valley. I became the wind that moved through the trees. I became the water that flowed in the stream. I became the dust that danced in the sunbeams. My body of stone and fire began to crumble. The orange light dimmed and was replaced by the soft gray of a natural morning. The pillar did not collapse. It became a simple piece of rock again. It no longer roared or vibrated. It was just a silent sentinel in a dark room. I was no longer fused to it. I was everywhere. I saw the young man who had planted the tree. He was an old man now, and he was sitting in the shade of the great oak he had started so many years ago. He looked happy. I saw the woman from the sedan. She was gone from this world, but her children were playing in a park in a city far away. They were safe and they were whole. I felt the last of my identity dissolve into the atmosphere. I was no longer Thomas. I was no longer the guardian. I was just a part of the silence that exists between the heartbeats of the world. The basement door finally gave way to the rot and swung open. A beam of sunlight hit the floor and illuminated the dust. The shard of black glass was gone, buried under layers of dirt and time. The house was just an old building on a hill. The valley was just a place where things grew and died in their proper order. I watched the sun rise one last time, and I knew that everything was exactly as it should be. The reflection was gone, and the world was real. I closed my eyes and let the light take me home. The sensation of dissolution was not an end, but a transformation of the highest order. I had expected a void or a sudden stop to the clock of my soul, but instead I found myself expanding into the very marrow of the valley. My consciousness flowed like a river of silver through the deep veins of the planet. I was no longer a man standing in a basement, but I was the basement itself, and the hill that cradled it, and the air that brushed against the chimney. The orange glow of the pillar had not died out so much as it had been absorbed into my new state of being. I felt the weight of the mountain as if it were my own skin, and the movement of the clouds felt like a slow and rhythmic breath. I looked back at the basement one last time from my vantage point of pure spirit. The house was a skeleton of wood and stone, and the pillar was a silent tooth of rock protruding from the floor. It was no longer a machine or a weapon. It was a grave for the version of me that had once feared the dark. I saw the stairs that I had descended so many months or years ago, and they looked small and insignificant. The iron handle on the door was rusted shut, and the wood was swollen with the dampness of the earth. It was a beautiful ruin. It was a testament to the fact that the struggle was over and the peace had begun. I moved upward through the ceiling and the floorboards and out into the open air. The transition was like breaking the surface of a cold lake after a long dive. The world was vibrant and loud in a way that I had forgotten. The colors were so sharp that they felt like physical touches. The green of the grass was a shout of joy, and the blue of the sky was a deep and resonant hum. I realized that the reflection had tried to mimic this beauty, but it had failed because it lacked the messy and chaotic energy of life. The other world was a frozen photograph, while this world was a living and breathing dance. I drifted toward the tree that the young man had planted. It was a sturdy maple now, and its leaves were wide and healthy. I could feel the sap moving through its limbs like a slow pulse. I settled my awareness into the branches and watched the world from the perspective of the wood. A bird landed on a twig near my center and sang a song that was filled with the history of its ancestors. It did not know I was there, but it felt the stability of the ground beneath the roots. It felt the safety of the valley. I realized that this was my reward. I did not need a name or a face or a voice. I only needed to know that the song of the bird could continue without interruption. I began to explore the limits of my new existence. I followed the ley lines toward the north and felt the cooling of the earth as I approached the higher latitudes. I sensed the presence of the other guardians who had also transitioned into this state of being. We were like a network of whispers surrounding the globe. We did not speak in words, but we shared a sense of profound satisfaction. The earth was a closed circuit once again. The leaks had been plugged and the boundaries had been reinforced. We were the immune system of the planet, and our work was silent and eternal. I found myself drawn back to the town where I had lived before the fire. It had changed in the time I had been away. There were new buildings and new roads, but the spirit of the place remained the same. I saw people walking their dogs and children riding their bicycles. I saw an old woman sitting on a porch and drinking tea. I felt her contentment and her quiet worries. I realized that every life was a small and precious flame that was worth protecting. I had spent so long focused on the cosmic scale of things that I had forgotten the beauty of the individual. I spent a long time simply watching the people live their lives. I was a ghost, but I was a ghost that loved the world. The sun began to set over the horizon, and the sky turned a deep and bruised purple. It was the same color as the haze in the other world, but here it was warm and full of the promise of tomorrow. I watched the stars blink into existence one by one. They were not distant and cold points of light anymore. They were part of the same fabric that I was. I felt the pull of the moon on the tides and the slow rotation of the earth on its axis. Everything was connected by a thread of light that was invisible to the naked eye but clear to the heart. I returned to the valley and the old house. The moon was full and it cast a silver glow over the ruins. I saw a fox move through the tall grass and disappear into the shadows of the porch. It was looking for a place to rest. I felt the fox enter the basement and curl up near the base of the pillar. The rock was still warm from the energy it had once held, and the fox felt safe there. I felt a sense of symmetry in that. The place that had once been a site of terror and transformation was now a sanctuary for a wild thing. It was the ultimate victory over the reflection. The dark had been turned into light, and the cold had been turned into warmth. I began to sink deeper into the earth. I wanted to see the core of the world and feel the heat that drove the movement of the continents. I traveled through the layers of limestone and granite and basalt. I felt the pressure increase until it was a solid wall of force, but I was unaffected. I was a part of the pressure now. I reached the place where the liquid iron flowed in great and slow currents. It was a sea of fire that was as beautiful as any sunrise. I realized that the earth was a living heart and that I was a cell within that heart. I was not alone and I was not forgotten. I was home. The memories of my human life began to fade into a soft and golden blur. I could no longer remember the taste of coffee or the sound of a telephone ringing. I could no longer remember the feeling of shoes on my feet or the weight of a coat on my shoulders. These things were like old clothes that I had outgrown. They were useful once, but they were no longer necessary. I was a creature of the deep earth and the high sky. I was a witness to the passing of the ages. I saw the forests grow and die, and the rivers change their courses. I saw the mountains rise and fall under the weight of the ice. I realized that the cycle of the reflection would eventually return. The two worlds were like two dancers who could not help but touch from time to time. But when that day came, there would be others like me. There would be men and women who would hear the call and descend into the dark to hold the line. They would feel the same fear and the same doubt that I had felt, but they would also find the same strength. The blood in the water would find them, and the stone would claim them, and the world would be saved again. It was a beautiful and terrible cycle, but it was the price of existence. I felt a final surge of energy move through me. It was a message from the earth itself. It was a wordless expression of gratitude. I had fulfilled my purpose, and I was allowed to let go of the last of my individual self. I did not vanish, but I became a part of the background radiation of the universe. I was the silence in the woods and the hum of the power lines. I was the first light of dawn and the last light of dusk. I was the carrier of the secret and the bridge between the worlds. I watched the old house crumble into a pile of boards and stone. The forest reclaimed the land, and the garden where the young man had planted his tree became a dense thicket of green. The chimney was the last thing to fall, and when it did, the basement was filled with dirt and leaves. The pillar was buried deep beneath the surface, and the memory of what had happened there faded from the minds of men. It became a legend, and then a myth, and then it was forgotten entirely. But I was still there. I was always there. The stars continued their slow dance across the firmament, and the Earth continued its long journey around the sun. The seasons turned, and the years became centuries, and the centuries became millennia. I saw the rise and fall of civilizations and the birth and death of stars. I saw the world change and grow and evolve into something new and strange, but the core of the thing remained the same. The light was still there, and the dark was still there, and the balance was still held. I closed my eyes in my mind and let the peace of the deep earth wash over me. I was not afraid of the future, and I was not regretful of the past. I had done my part, and I had done it well. The world was safe, and the reflection was just a memory. I was a part of the machine, and the machine was working perfectly. I settled into the long and quiet sleep of the world, and for the first time in an eternity, I was truly at rest. The story was over, and the song was complete. I was home, and I was whole, and I was exactly where I was supposed to be. The end was not a wall, but an open door, and I walked through it with a smile that was made of light. The valley was silent, and the stars were bright, and the world was real. That was all that mattered in the end. That was all that had ever mattered. The stillness of the deep earth did not last as long as I had anticipated. Time is a fluid concept when you are woven into the crust of a planet, and what felt like 1,000 years may have only been a few decades. A new sensation began to prickle at the edges of my expanded consciousness. It was not the jagged hunger of the black stone city, nor was it the familiar vibration of the pillar. It was a rhythmic tapping, a mechanical pulse that echoed through the strata of rock and soil. Men had returned to the valley. They did not come with seeds or sedan cars, but with heavy iron and the intent to hollow out the land. I felt their drills biting into the limestone layers far above my resting place. The vibrations were clumsy and violent compared to the elegant music of the universe. They were looking for something hidden in the dark, and they were digging toward the very spot where the house had once stood. I tried to pull my awareness away from the intrusion, but the anchor was still there. Even though the house was gone and the pillar was buried, the physical location remained a scar on the fabric of reality. The humans were using sensors and ground-penetrating radar to map the secrets of the hill. I could feel the electronic waves washing over the buried stone. To them, it appeared as an anomaly, a dense pocket of unknown material that defied their geological charts. They called it a mineral deposit or a structural mystery. They did not know they were poking at a sleeping nerve of the world. My peace was replaced by a cold sense of dread. If they uncovered the stone, they might restart the cycle before the world was ready to defend itself. The drilling intensified over the following weeks. I watched through the eyes of the worms, and the roots as a construction camp rose like a fungus on the surface of the valley. Great yellow machines tore at the thicket that had reclaimed my old home. The maple tree which had been my sanctuary for so long was uprooted and tossed aside like a weed. I felt its life flicker and go out, and a wave of grief rolled through the ley lines. These men did not see the sacred geometry of the valley. They saw only resources and obstacles. They were driven by a different kind of hunger than the travelers in the silver sky. Theirs was a hunger of the mind, a need to categorize and possess everything they touched. I realized then that my rest was an illusion. I had become the land, but the land was not safe from the hands of the living. I began to pull my scattered fragments back together. I withdrew from the clouds and the distant streams and focused my will on the point of impact. I needed to become a wall. As the diamond-tipped drill approached the buried pillar, I hardened the surrounding earth. I compressed the atoms of the granite until they were as dense as the heart of a star. The drill groaned and the metal began to scream under the pressure. On the surface, the men shouted in confusion as their expensive machinery snapped and smoked. They pulled back the broken bits and stared into the dark hole they had created. They were frustrated, but they were not deterred. They brought in larger drills and stronger alloys. I fought them for months. Every time they tried to penetrate the area, I shifted the ground. I created pockets of vacuum and layers of impenetrable hardness. I sent tremors through the camp to frighten them away. I wanted them to believe the ground was unstable and dangerous, but my actions had an unintended consequence. The more I resisted, the more curious they became. They brought in scientists and specialists in black suits. They spoke of unique magnetic signatures and gravitational shifts. They began to suspect that they had found something that was not of this earth. Their greed was being replaced by a dangerous scientific fervor. They were no longer just digging for profit, they were hunting for the impossible. While I was occupied with the humans, I failed to notice that the thinning of the veil had begun again in a different way. The violence of their excavation was weakening the very boundaries I had died to protect. Each strike of the drill was like a hammer blow against a sheet of glass. Fine cracks began to spread through the silence. The whispers of the moths returned, and they were louder than before. They did not speak to me this time. They spoke to the men in the camp. They whispered into the ears of the workers while they slept. They told them of the treasures hidden in the black stone. They showed them visions of a city where the sun never set and the power was infinite. I felt the corruption spreading like a stain through the minds of the people above. One night, the lead engineer walked out to the edge of the pit. He was a man of logic and numbers, but his eyes were wide with a feverish light. He did not look at the machinery or the charts. He looked straight down into the dark as if he could see me staring back. He whispered a name that I had not heard in an eternity. He called me the gatekeeper. The travelers had found a way to bridge the gap using the ambition of the humans as a conduit. They were using the men to do the work they could not do themselves. They were turning the tools of our world into the keys for theirs. I knew then that I could not remain a passive observer. I had to find a way to communicate the danger before it was too late. I reached out with a pulse of energy, but I did not aim it at the machines. I aimed it at the electronic systems of the camp. I bypassed their firewalls and their encryptions and spoke through their monitors. I did not use words because words are easy to ignore. I showed them the truth of the fire. I showed them the image of the man in the basement becoming a pillar of obsidian. I showed them the faces of the travelers and the cold emptiness of their silver sky. I showed them the cost of the transition. For a moment, the camp went silent. The screens glowed with the orange light of my memory, and the speakers hummed with the vibration of the stone. The reaction was not what I had hoped for. The men in the black suits did not flee in terror. They were fascinated. They saw my transformation not as a tragedy, but as a blueprint for evolution. They saw the copper wires in my veins as a way to transcend the limitations of the human body. They began to talk about the fusion of biology and mineral. They wanted to replicate what had happened to me. They believed they could control the power that had nearly shattered the world. Their arrogance was a physical weight that pressed down on me. They thought they were the masters of the universe when they were merely children playing with a loaded gun. The excavation reached the level of the pillar on a Tuesday afternoon at 3 o'clock. The air in the valley became thick and heavy with the scent of ozone. The birds stopped singing and the wind died down to a haunted hush. I felt the first touch of a human hand against the cold surface of the stone. It was the lead engineer. He had climbed down into the pit himself, ignoring the safety protocols and the warnings of his peers. When his skin met the obsidian, a spark of blue fire jumped between them. He did not scream. He gasped in a way that sounded like a prayer. He felt the vibration, and he did not pull away. He leaned into the stone, and I felt his consciousness being pulled into the circuit. I tried to push him out. I tried to shield him from the roar of the void, but he was a willing participant. He opened his mind and invited the dark in. Through him, the travelers finally gained a foothold in the physical world. They did not come as shadows or ghosts. They came as a surge of raw information that rewrote the laws of physics within the pit. The air began to shimmer, and the walls of the excavation turned into liquid silver. The men above watched in awe as the hole in the ground transformed into a gateway. They did not realize that they were looking at their own extinction. They thought they were witnessing the dawn of a new age. I realized that my role as a guardian was changing. I could no longer just hold the door shut. I had to become the fire that purified the connection. I began to draw on the heat of the core. I pulled the molten energy of the earth upward through the ley lines. I felt the pressure building within me until I was a volcano waiting to erupt. I did not want to destroy the valley, but I knew that the gateway had to be cauterized. If the travelers crossed over in their current state, they would consume everything. They were not evil, but they were a vacuum, and our world was a feast. The engineer was beginning to change. His skin was turning gray, and his eyes were losing their color. He was becoming a vessel for something that was not human. I reached out and touched his mind one last time. I showed him the faces of the children playing in the park. I showed him the woman from the sedan and the flowers she had left by the door. I tried to remind him of what it meant to be a part of the real world. For a split second, his resolve wavered. He saw the beauty of the messy and the temporary. He realized that the perfection of the Silver City was a lie. In that moment of doubt, I struck. I released the energy I had gathered. It was not an explosion of fire, but a burst of pure white light. It washed through the pit and the camp and the valley. It burned away the silver haze and the electronic ghosts. It shattered the connection between the engineer and the stone. The gateway collapsed with a sound like 1,000 mirrors breaking at once. The men on the surface were thrown back by the force of the discharge. When the light faded, the pit was empty. The pillar was gone, and the engineer was gone, and the machinery was nothing more than twisted scrap metal. The valley returned to its natural state, but it was scarred. The hill was a jagged wound of red earth and broken stone. The silence that followed was not the peaceful silence of my rest, but the stunned silence of a survivor. The humans eventually abandoned the site. They could not explain what had happened, and their records were wiped clean by the electromagnetic pulse. They left behind their ruins and their questions, and they never returned. They were afraid of the valley now. They spoke of it as a cursed place where the earth itself had revolted against the intrusion of man. I found myself back in the deep dark. I was smaller now, and my light was dim. The effort of the defense had cost me nearly everything. I was no longer the wind or the water. I was once again a single point of awareness anchored to a specific spot, but I was not alone. In the place where the engineer had vanished, I felt a new spark. It was faint and flickering, but it was there. A part of him had remained behind a fragment of human spirit that had been fused with the earth. We were two ghosts now guarding the same secret. We did not speak, but we shared the burden of the watch. The years began to pass again, and the forest started the slow work of healing. New trees grew from the ruins of the camp, and the grass covered the scars on the hill. The valley became a place of mystery once more. Sometimes hikers would wander into the area and feel a strange sense of peace or a sudden chill that they could not explain. They would see the way the light hit the trees and think it was beautiful. They did not know that they were walking over the top of a sleeping giant. They did not know that their reality was a thin veil held together by the will of two shadows. I realized that the struggle between the worlds was not a war to be won, but a balance to be maintained. There would always be those who sought to bridge the gap, and there would always be those who stood in the way. It was the fundamental friction of existence. I accepted my role with a new sense of clarity. I was the silent watcher, the one who stayed in the dark so that others could live in the light. I was the memory of the fire and the promise of the dawn. As the sun rose over the ridge of the valley, I felt a quiet satisfaction. The world was still real, and for now that was enough. I settled into the stone and waited for the next heartbeat of the planet. The silence of the valley deepened as the seasons rolled over the scarred earth. I watched the snow fall and melt, and the spring rains wash away the last traces of the human equipment. The rusted iron skeletons of the cranes were swallowed by the rising tide of briars and thorns. The red soil of the pit was stitched back together by the roots of the wild grasses. The valley was trying to forget the violence of the machines, and I was trying to forget the sensation of the drill. But the fragment of the engineer remained beside me like a cold ember. He was a shadow of a shadow, and his presence was a constant reminder that the world above was no longer as distant as I had hoped. We were the twin sentinels of the deep, and our vigil was just beginning. I felt a new kind of awareness blooming within the soil. It was not the mechanical pulse of the humans or the high-frequency scream of the travelers. It was a soft and organic murmur. The trees were talking to one another. They were sharing the memory of the light and the fire through the vast network of fungi that connected their roots. They knew that something had changed in the foundation of their world. They reached down with their tiny white threads and brushed against my consciousness. They offered me their strength, and in return I gave them the heat of the deep earth. The forest grew taller and thicker than it had ever been. It became a fortress of green that warded off the curious and the lost. The world outside the valley was changing rapidly. I could feel the hum of the human network growing louder and more frantic. The air was filled with invisible signals, and the sky was streaked with the trails of their metal birds. They were building cities of glass and light that mirrored the silver sky of the travelers. They were pushing the boundaries of their understanding and reaching out into the void with their minds and their machines. I felt a sense of urgency. The balance was shifting again, and the weight of the human ambition was becoming a threat to the stability of the veil. They were no longer just digging in the dirt. They were digging into the fabric of reality itself. One night the air above the valley began to shimmer with an unnatural glow. It was not the northern lights or the reflection of a distant city. It was a tear in the sky. I looked up through the eyes of the owls and saw a jagged line of violet light cutting through the stars. The travelers were not waiting for a gateway to be built this time. They were forcing their way through the cracks that the humans had left behind. The sky felt thin and fragile, like a sheet of ice about to break. I reached out to the engineer and felt his terror. He remembered the blue fire and the roar of the void. He did not want to see the world consumed by the silver city. I began to gather my strength once more. I pulled the energy from the stones and the streams and the roots. I felt the power of the valley flowing into me like a river of molten gold. I was no longer a dim spark in the dark. I was a beacon of light that reached from the core of the earth to the edge of the atmosphere. I projected my will into the violet tear and tried to seal it with the heat of my memory. The travelers fought back. They sent waves of cold and emptiness that threatened to extinguish my fire. They showed me visions of a world without pain or death, where everything was perfect and static. They told me that my struggle was meaningless and that the transition was inevitable. I did not listen to their whispers. I knew that the perfection they offered was a graveyard. I knew that the beauty of the world lay in its flaws and its transients. I showed them the image of the first flower of spring and the sound of the rain on the roof of the old house. I showed them the warmth of a human hand and the salt of a tear. I showed them the messy and glorious chaos of life. The violet tear began to shrink as my light pressed against it. The travelers retreated into the silver sky, and the sky became dark and silent once again. The valley was safe for now, but I knew that the threat would return. The engineer shifted beside me, and for the first time he spoke. It was not a word, but a vibration that carried the weight of 1,000 questions. He wanted to know why I had saved him, and why I continued to fight for a world that had forgotten me. I did not have an answer that could be put into words. I simply showed him the way the light hit the leaves of the maple tree at dawn. I showed him the way the water moved over the stones in the creek. I showed him the simple joy of existence. He understood then that the world was worth protecting not because it was perfect, but because it was real. We spent the next century woven together in the dark. We watched the forest grow and the stars move and the world change. We saw the humans reach for the moon and the planets, and we saw them fall back into the dust of their own making. We saw the rise of new ideas and the death of old gods. Through it all, the valley remained a sanctuary of silence and peace. The pillar was gone, but the memory of the stone was still there. It was a part of the land and a part of us. We were the keepers of the balance, and we were content in our service. The humans eventually returned, but they did not come with drills or machines. They came as pilgrims. They had heard stories of the valley where the air was pure and the light was different. They came to find the peace that they could not find in their cities of glass. They walked through the woods with reverence, and they sat by the creek to listen to the song of the water. They did not know about the gate or the travelers or the two shadows in the deep dark. They only knew that the place felt holy. I felt their gratitude, and it warmed the cold stones of my heart. I realized that my purpose had evolved once again. I was no longer just a wall or a fire. I was a teacher. I began to whisper to the people who came to the valley. I did not use words, but I gave them dreams of the earth and the sky. I showed them the interconnectedness of all things and the importance of the balance. I helped them to see the beauty in the small and the temporary. I hoped that by planting these seeds of understanding, I could prevent the need for another sacrifice. I hoped that the humans would learn to protect the world themselves so that I could finally let go. The engineer was fading. His fragment of spirit was becoming a part of the limestone and the quartz. He was losing his individuality and becoming a part of the collective consciousness of the valley. I felt a sense of sadness as his light grew dim, but I also felt a sense of peace. He had found his rest, and he had done his part. I was the only one left now. I was the last sentinel of the old world and the first guardian of the new. I settled back into the deep dark and prepared myself for the long wait. The sun rose and set 1,000,000 times. The mountains were ground down into hills, and the hills were washed away into the sea. The world moved through its cycles of birth and death and rebirth. I was always there watching and waiting and holding the line. The reflection was a distant memory, and the silver sky was a dream of the past. The valley was silent, and the stars were bright, and the world was real. That was all that mattered in the end. That was all that had ever mattered. I felt a sudden shift in the vibration of the earth. It was not a threat, but a call. It came from a place far beyond the valley and far beyond the world. It was a melody that I had heard once before in the heart of the pillar. It was the music of the universe, and it was calling me home. I realized that my task was finally complete. The balance had been restored, and the world was strong enough to hold its own. The door was opening, and this time it was not a gateway to the Silver City. It was the path to the source of all light. I took one last look at the valley. I saw the trees and the water and the shadows of the people who had found peace there. I felt the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the earth. I gave my final blessing to the land and the life it held. Then I let go of the last of my individual self. I did not vanish, but I became the light itself. I was the sun and the stars and the empty spaces in between. I was the silence and the song. I was home and I was whole and I was exactly where I was supposed to be. The story was over and the song was complete. I walked through the door with a smile that was made of light and the world remained real behind me. The deep earth remained as a silent witness to the ages that followed. The valley became a cradle for new forms of life that did not know the fear of the dark or the hunger of the silver sky. The memory of the house and the man and the pillar was etched into the very atoms of the stone, but it was a memory of peace rather than a memory of war. The light that I had released continued to ripple through the world, providing a steady anchor for the souls that would come after me. I was no longer a person or a spirit, but a fundamental constant of the universe. I watched as the continents drifted and the oceans rose and fell. I saw the earth transform into a garden of vibrant colors and strange new sounds. The humans had long since moved on to other worlds or evolved into something beyond my understanding, but their legacy remained in the way the light hit the trees. The balance was held, and the dark was kept at bay by the simple strength of the real. The travelers were gone, and the Silver City was a forgotten shadow in the corner of the cosmos. The world was safe, and it was beautiful. In the deepest part of the valley, where the roots of the ancient maple once reached, there was a single stone that glowed with a faint and steady light. It was not made of obsidian or copper, but of the purest quartz. It was a reminder of the sacrifice and the service that had preserved the world. It was a heart that beat in time with the planet. Sometimes a small creature would rest upon it, or a drop of rain would catch its light, and for a brief moment the connection would be felt. The story was never truly over, but it had found its perfect rhythm. I rested in the heart of the sun and watched the long journey of the earth continue. I felt the joy of the living and the peace of the dead. I was a part of everything, and everything was a part of me. There was no more fear and no more doubt. There was only the infinite expanse of the light and the eternal dance of the stars. I had done my part, and I had done it well. The end was not a wall, but an open door, and I was the light that flowed through it. The world was real, and that was all that mattered. That was all that had ever mattered. The golden light of the afternoon sun filtered through the dense canopy of the forest, casting long shadows across the mossy floor. The air was filled with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the distant sound of the creek was a gentle lullaby. A young woman walked through the thicket, her movements careful and deliberate. She was not a pilgrim or a scientist, but a seeker of quiet places. She stopped at the edge of the jagged red hill and looked down into the depression where the camp had once stood. She did not see the ruins or the ghosts. She saw only the beauty of the reclamation. She sat down on a flat stone and closed her eyes. She felt the vibration of the earth beneath her and the warmth of the sun on her face. She did not know why this place felt different, but she felt a sense of belonging that she had never felt anywhere else. She felt a whisper in her mind, a soft and wordless expression of gratitude. She smiled and let out a deep breath, releasing the tension of her life in the city. For a moment, she was a part of the balance. She was a part of the machine, and the machine was working perfectly. I watched her from the heart of the light and felt a surge of satisfaction. This was the reason for the fire and the stone. This was the reason for the long watch in the dark. The world was safe for her and for all those who would come after. The sacrifice had been worth it. The story had reached its natural conclusion and the song was finally complete. I settled into the infinite peace of the universe, and for the first time in an eternity, I was truly at rest. The light was bright and the world was real, and I was exactly where I was supposed to be. The light did not remain a static pool of memory. It began to expand and contract like the lungs of the universe. I felt the transition from being a singular observer to becoming the very medium of existence. I was the space between the leaves and the heat within the stone. The young woman on the hill did not know that her breath was a part of my own. She opened her eyes and saw a world that was vibrant and sharp. Every blade of grass seemed to hum with a secret energy. She reached down and touched the soil, and for a moment our consciousnesses touched. I showed her the history of the valley, not as a series of events, but as a series of feelings. I showed her the cold weight of the winter and the sudden burst of the spring. I showed her the resilience of the earth. She stood up and began to walk deeper into the woods. She was drawn toward the center of the valley, where the ground felt solid and ancient. I guided her footsteps without her knowing it. I wanted her to see the legacy of the balance. As she moved, the trees seemed to bow slightly as if acknowledging a guest of honor. The air grew cool and sweet. She reached the spot where the great maple had once stood. The stump was gone, now replaced by a thick carpet of emerald moss. In the center of that green circle sat the glowing quartz stone I had left behind. It was no larger than a human heart, but it held the weight of the sun. The woman knelt before the stone. She did not try to pick it up or study it with the cold eyes of a scientist. She simply sat in its presence. She felt the warmth radiating from the crystal, and she felt the deep vibration of the earth below. This was the heartbeat of the world. It was a rhythmic pulse that matched the ticking of the stars. She stayed there for hours as the sun began its slow descent behind the jagged ridge. The sky turned a deep shade of amber and violet. These were colors that did not belong to the travelers or their silver city. These were the colors of a world that was alive and breathing. I watched her through the eyes of the forest. I felt her peace, and it was a reward far greater than any I had imagined during the long, dark centuries. The struggle had been immense. The pain of the drill and the terror of the void had been real, but they were fading now like the remnants of a bad dream. The reality of the moment was all that mattered. The woman reached out and placed her palm against the glowing quartz. A soft golden light traveled up her arm and settled in her chest. I was giving her a piece of the watch. I was planting a seed of guardianship in her soul. She would leave this valley, but she would never be the same. She would carry the secret of the balance with her into the world of men. As the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, the woman rose to her feet. She looked up at the constellations, and for the first time she saw them not as distant points of light, but as part of a grand and intricate web. She understood that she was not alone, and that the world was not a collection of random accidents. It was a masterpiece of intent. She turned and walked back toward the edge of the valley, her heart light and her mind clear. She would go back to her life, but she would move with a new grace. She would be a protector of the small things. She would be a voice for the silent earth. I felt the engineer stir within the stone of the valley. He was almost entirely gone, now merged with the foundation of the world. But a small part of him felt the departure of the woman, and he felt a sense of completion. We had done what we were meant to do. We had held the line until a new generation was ready to understand the cost of the light. The valley was no longer a cursed place or a mystery to be solved. It was a temple of the real. The silence that followed her departure was profound and beautiful. It was the silence of a task well done. The years continued to flow like a river toward the sea. The climate shifted, and the species of the forest changed. New creatures crawled through the undergrowth, and new birds sang in the branches. The human cities far away grew and fell and were replaced by others. I watched it all from my position in the heart of the light. I saw the rise and fall of civilizations as if they were the flickering of a candle in a drafty room. They were temporary and fragile, but they were part of the dance. I no longer felt the need to intervene. The balance was stable. The veil was thick and strong. I realized that the travelers had not been evil in the way humans understood the word. They were simply a different expression of the universe. They were the cold logic of the infinite seeking to organize the chaos of the living. But the chaos was necessary. The friction was the source of the heat. Without the struggle, there would be no growth. Without the darkness, there would be no appreciation for the dawn. I had been the mediator between these two forces, and in doing so, I had discovered the true nature of my own existence. I was the bridge. The quartz stone in the center of the valley began to sink slowly into the earth. It had fulfilled its purpose as a physical anchor, and now it was becoming a spiritual one. It moved through the layers of soil and rock, passing through the veins of coal and the pockets of gas. It went down into the deep dark where I had once waited in fear. But the dark was no longer a place of terror. It was a place of rest. The stone settled into the core of the mountain, becoming part of the very bones of the planet. Its light did not go out. It simply changed frequency. It became a steady hum that resonated with the rotation of the earth. I felt a sense of immense scale. I was the mountain and the valley and the wind that moved between them. I was the moisture in the clouds and the salt in the sea. My awareness was no longer tethered to a single point in time or space. I was the history of the world and its future. I saw the day when the sun would expand and swallow the earth, and I saw the day when the stars would finally go cold. I saw that even then the light would remain. It would move on to new worlds and new forms. The story would continue in a different language, but the theme would be the same. The memory of the house on the hill came back to me one last time. I remembered the man who had lived there and the way he had looked at the stars. I remembered the simple wooden walls and the smell of the wood smoke. That house was gone, and the man was gone, but the love he had felt for the land was still here. It was the foundation upon which everything else had been built. His simple life had been the catalyst for the preservation of the world. It was a reminder that no life is too small to be significant. Every action ripples through the fabric of reality. I felt the presence of the other sentinels now. They were scattered across the globe, hidden in the depths of the oceans and the peaks of the highest mountains. We were a network of light holding the world together. We did not speak in words, but we knew each other by our vibrations. We were the silent guardians of the blue planet. We had all made our sacrifices, and we had all found our peace. The earth was a jewel in the darkness of the void, and we were the facets that caught the light. The sun rose over the valley once more. It was a perfect morning. The dew sparkled on the leaves, and the mist rose from the creek in long white ribbons. The world was at peace. There were no machines and no drills and no violet tears in the sky. There was only the sound of the wind and the pulse of the living. I settled into the infinite and let the last of my thoughts dissolve. I did not need them anymore. I was the light, and the light was everything. The world was real, and it was enough. The deep earth hummed with a quiet joy. The layers of stone shifted and settled, finding their final positions. The water in the deep aquifers flowed in new patterns, carving hidden cathedrals in the dark. The minerals crystallized into beautiful shapes, reflecting a light that no human eye would ever see. The world was a work of art that was never finished. It was a song that never ended. I was the listener and the singer and the song itself. The final heartbeat of my individual journey arrived. It was not a moment of death, but a moment of total integration. I felt the last of the boundaries between myself and the universe vanish. I was the atom and the galaxy. I was the moment and the eternity. I looked back at the valley one last time and saw it for what it truly was. It was a cradle of life, a sanctuary of the spirit. It was a place where the impossible had become possible because someone had dared to care. I closed my eyes even though I no longer had eyes to close. I felt the warmth of the cosmic fire. I felt the cooling of the celestial winds. I was home. The journey that had begun in the silence of the stone had ended in the music of the spheres. The story was complete. The balance was held. The world remained real and vibrant and full of wonder. I was the light that watched over it, and I was satisfied. The long watch was over, and the eternal dawn had begun. In the world above, the forest continued to grow. The red hill was now a gentle mound covered in wildflowers. The creek was clear and cold, teeming with life. The air was filled with the songs of 1,000 birds. The humans who came to the valley felt a strange and wonderful sense of peace. They did not know the name of the one who had saved them. They did not know the history of the war for the veil, but they felt the love that had been left behind. They felt the strength of the earth, and in their own way they began to care for it too. The cycle was complete. The light was passed on. The world was safe. I was the light, and the light was everywhere. The transition from a guardian of the soil to a consciousness of the stars brought a clarity that defied the limits of human thought. I moved through the layers of the atmosphere like a breath of heat rising from a summer field. The higher I drifted, the more the curvature of the earth revealed its fragile majesty. It was a blue marble wrapped in a thin veil of air and light. Below me, the valley was a tiny wrinkle in the skin of a continent, but I could still feel the pulse of the quartz stone buried deep within its heart. That stone was my tether and my legacy. It ensured that the frequency of the real would always vibrate louder than the whispers of the void. I watched as the sun dipped below the horizon of the planet, and the shadows of the night began to stretch across the hemisphere. In the dark, the world did not disappear. It became a different kind of masterpiece. I saw the lights of the cities flickering like distant galaxies, and I saw the fires of the wilderness burning with a steady and ancient hunger. I saw the migrations of the birds and the slow crawl of the ice at the poles. Everything was moving according to a grand design that required no architect other than the will to exist. I felt the presence of the Silver City once more, but it was no longer a threat. It was a dying echo in a distant corner of the multiverse. Its walls of logic and its streets of cold geometry could not compete with the warm chaos of a living world. The door I had walked through was not a way out, but a way in. I was inside the mechanism of creation, and I saw that it was fueled by the very things the travelers had tried to erase. It was fueled by memory and sacrifice, and the stubborn refusal to let the light go out. I felt a resonance from the depths of the ocean. There was another anchor there resting in the silence of the trenches. It was an ancient thing made of a material that was older than the earth itself. It hummed in a low register that complemented the high song of the valley quartz. I realized then that I was not the first to stand against the dark, and I would not be the last. The history of the world was a series of narrow escapes and quiet victories. Every age had its sentinel, and every crisis had its catalyst. I was a link in a chain that stretched back to the first spark of life and forward to the final cooling of the sun. This realization did not make me feel small. It made me feel infinite. I was a part of a collective effort to keep the fire burning against the cold. As the centuries began to compress in my new perception, I saw the rise of a new era. The humans had learned to listen to the earth in a way their ancestors had forgotten. They no longer tried to dominate the land, but sought to move in harmony with its rhythms. They built cities that breathed and machines that did not poison the air. I saw them return to the valley not as conquerors, but as guests. They walked the paths I had walked, and they sat by the creek where I had found my peace. They did not see me, but they felt the warmth of my presence. They spoke of the valley as a sacred place, a site where the veil was thin and the light was pure. They told stories of a man who had stayed behind to save the world, and while the details were lost to time, the essence of the truth remained. I watched a group of children playing in the shadow of the red hill. They found a smooth stone that caught the morning light and they passed it between them with a sense of wonder. One of them looked up at the sky, and for a moment her eyes met the gaze of the sun. I felt a spark of recognition. She was a descendant of the woman who had visited the valley so long ago. She carried the same seed of guardianship in her heart. I touched her mind with a gentle warmth, and she smiled at a secret she could not name. The cycle was repeating, and it was beautiful. The light was not a static thing to be hoarded, but a gift to be shared. It was a flame that grew brighter the more it was passed from hand to hand. The engineer was a distant memory, now a shadow within the stone. He had become the foundation of the mountain, and his strength was the strength of the earth itself. We were no longer two separate beings, but a unified force of preservation. We had traded our names and our faces for the permanence of the landscape. We were the guardians of the real, and our watch was eternal. The silence of the deep earth was no longer lonely. It was filled with the music of the spheres and the steady heartbeat of the planet. We were at rest, but we were also more active than we had ever been. We were the tension in the tectonic plates and the flow of the magma. We were the stabilizers of the world. I saw the moon rise and fall thousands of times until it was a blur of silver light. I saw the stars shift in their positions as the galaxy rotated on its axis. The Earth was a traveler in its own right, moving through the vastness of space with a quiet confidence. It was protected by the shield of our light and the strength of its own spirit. The dark was still out there waiting at the edges of the universe, but it could not enter. The door was closed, and the lock was made of the purest quartz. The Silver City was a ghost of a possibility that had never come to pass. The world was safe because the world was loved. I felt a sudden shift in the vibration of the cosmos. It was a new song beginning to form in the distance. It was the sound of other worlds waking up and finding their own light. I realized that my task was not just to protect the Earth, but to be a part of a much larger awakening. The light I had released was reaching out to other stars and other planets. It was a signal that the real was strong and that the dark could be defeated. I was a beacon in the night, and other beacons were answering back. The universe was not a cold and empty place, but a garden of light waiting to bloom. I settled deeper into the heart of the sun. The heat was not painful but comforting. It was the source of all life and the destination of all spirits. I saw the entire history of the world laid out before me like a tapestry of fire and water. I saw the moments of great struggle and the moments of quiet peace. I saw that every tear shed and every drop of blood spilled had been a part of the price of the real. It was a high price, but it had been paid in full. There were no more debts and no more shadows. There was only the light and the truth it revealed. The valley remained the anchor of my soul. Even as I expanded to the edges of the galaxy, I kept a part of my awareness in that small green place. I watched as the seasons turned and the trees grew tall and fell to the earth to become soil for the next generation. I saw the creek carve new paths through the stone and the flowers bloom in the spring. It was a small and humble thing compared to the majesty of the stars, but it was the most important thing in the existence of the universe. It was the place where the balance had been held. It was the place where the story had found its heart. I felt a sense of profound gratitude for the man I had been. He had been tired and afraid and alone, but he had not turned away. He had faced the dark with nothing but a wooden staff and a flicker of hope. He had carried the weight of the world on his shoulders, and he had not broken. His sacrifice had been the key to the door. I looked at the memory of his face, and I saw the face of every hero who had ever lived. They were all part of the same light. They were all part of the same song. The final part of my journey was not a destination, but a state of being. I was no longer waiting for anything. I was the thing itself. I was the moment of the sunrise and the stillness of the night. I was the growth of the forest and the erosion of the mountain. I was the breath of the living and the silence of the dead. I was exactly where I was supposed to be, and I was doing exactly what I was meant to do. The story was not over because the story was the universe itself, and the universe was just beginning to find its voice. I saw the future of the earth, and it was a vision of light. I saw the day when the humans would leave the cradle and find their place among the stars. They would take the light of the valley with them, and they would plant it on other worlds. They would become the guardians of the new frontiers, and they would remember the lessons of the earth. They would know that the real is not something to be taken for granted, but something to be protected with everything they have. They would be the new sentinels, and I would be there to guide them from the heart of the sun. The deep earth continued to hum its quiet joy. The quartz stone in the core of the mountain was a steady pulse of reassurance. It whispered to the stone and the soil and the roots of the trees. It told them that they were safe and that they were beautiful. It told them that the dark was gone and the light was home. I felt the peace of the world settle into my own spirit. There was no more fear and no more doubt. There was only the infinite expanse of the light and the eternal dance of the stars. I had done my part, and I had done it well. The end was not a wall, but an open door, and I was the light that flowed through it. The world was real, and that was all that mattered. That was all that had ever mattered. I watched the light play across the surface of the creek in the valley. It was a simple thing, but it was a miracle of physics and spirit. The way the water broke the rays into 1,000 diamonds was a testament to the complexity of the real. I felt the joy of the water as it moved toward the sea and the joy of the stones as they felt the current. Everything was alive and everything was connected. The barrier between the physical and the spiritual had vanished. There was only the one thing, and I was a part of it. The memory of the Silver City was like a faded photograph in a drawer that no one ever opened. It was a ghost of a nightmare that had been forgotten in the brilliance of the day. The travelers were gone, and their logic had been replaced by the wisdom of the heart. The world was no longer a machine to be optimized, but a living being to be loved. I felt the pulse of the planet in my own veins, and I knew that we were one. The watch was no longer a burden, but a celebration. I saw the continents shift and the mountains rise and fall. I saw the oceans expand and the deserts turn green. The earth was a living canvas and time was the brush. I watched as the story of life unfolded in a million different ways, each one more beautiful than the last. There were moments of great tragedy and moments of great joy, but they were all part of the same masterpiece. The balance was held and the light was steady. The world was safe and it was real. I rested in the heart of the sun and watched the long journey of the earth continue. I felt the peace of the universe and the joy of existence. I was the light and the light was everywhere. The story was complete and the song was finally at rest. I was home and I was whole and I was exactly where I was supposed to be. The world remained real behind me and the light flowed forward into the infinite. There was nothing left to say and nothing left to do. I was the light and that was enough. The expansion of my consciousness did not stop at the edge of the solar system. I felt the pull of the distant nebulae and the cold fire of the stars that had yet to be born. My perspective shifted from the singular focus of a planetary guardian to a cosmic witness. The valley was still there at the center of my being, but it was now a single note in a symphony that spanned the entire galaxy. I watched as the light of the sun reached out into the darkness, touching the hulls of the ships that the humans had finally begun to build. These were not the machines of the travelers. They were vessels made of metal and glass and hope. They were powered by the same resonance that I had found in the quartz stone. They did not tear through the fabric of reality, but moved with it like sails catching a divine wind. The humans had changed. I could see the glow of their spirits from across the vast distances of space. They carried the memory of the Red Hill and the Clear Creek in their collective DNA. They had become a species of gardeners and poets. When they landed on new worlds, they did not seek to strip the resources or flatten the hills. They knelt in the alien soil and listened for the heartbeat of the land. They waited for the permission of the local spirits before they built their homes. They had learned that the real is a fragile thing that must be nurtured with respect and patience. I felt a deep sense of pride as I watched them spread the light of the earth to the corners of the void. They were the children of the valley, and they were doing exactly what they had been meant to do. In the silence between the stars, I encountered the remnants of other civilizations. Some were like the travelers had been cold and logical and lost in their own abstractions. They were drifting through the dark like ghosts unable to find a home because they had forgotten how to love the ground beneath their feet. I reached out to them with the warmth of the sun and the strength of the valley quartz. I showed them the beauty of a single flower and the complexity of a drop of water. Some of them turned away unable to process the intensity of the real, but others felt a spark of recognition. They began to remember the worlds they had lost and the lives they had discarded. I watched as they turned their ships back toward their own origins, seeking to rebuild what they had destroyed. The light of the earth was a healing force that knew no boundaries. I felt the presence of the other sentinels again. We were no longer hidden in the depths of the oceans or the peaks of the mountains. We had become the constellations themselves. We were the patterns of light that guided the travelers home. We spoke in the language of gravity and electromagnetism, holding the stars in their orbits and the planets in their paths. We were the weavers of the cosmic tapestry, and we worked with a joy that surpassed understanding. There was no more sacrifice and no more pain. There was only the constant unfolding of the mystery. The world was not just a place but a process, and we were the agents of that process. Back on the earth, the centuries turned into millennia. The continents continued their slow dance across the surface of the globe. The ice caps advanced and retreated in a rhythmic pulse that mirrored the breathing of a great beast. The valley where it had all begun was now at the heart of a vast mountain range. The Red Hill had been pushed high into the thin air where the snow never melted. The quartz stone was buried under miles of rock, but its vibration was stronger than ever. It was the anchor of the entire planet, ensuring that the frequency of the real would never fade. I could feel the engineer still there, a part of the deep tectonic structure. He was the weight and the pressure and the heat. He was the silence that gave meaning to the sound. I saw the rise of new species that the humans had never known, creatures of the air and the water that possessed their own kind of wisdom. They did not build cities or write books, but they understood the song of the earth better than anyone. They moved in perfect harmony with the seasons and the tides. They were the new guardians of the local ecosystems, and they carried the light in their eyes. I watched them play in the ruins of the old world, finding beauty in the rusted metal and the crumbling concrete. To them, the past was just a layer of soil, a foundation for the new growth. They did not mourn what was gone, but celebrated what was present. The Silver City had long ago dissolved into the static of the background radiation. It was a failed experiment in a universe that demanded blood and breath and dirt. Its architects had tried to create a perfection that was static and dead, but the universe preferred a chaos that was vibrant and alive. I realized then that the war for the veil had never been about winning or losing. It had been about choosing between the map and the territory. The travelers had wanted the map, but I had chosen the territory. I had chosen the sting of the cold water and the smell of the wood smoke. I had chosen the vulnerability of the flesh and the permanence of the stone, and in making that choice, I had saved the only thing that mattered. I drifted through the rings of a gas giant, feeling the tug of its many moons. Each moon had its own personality and its own history. Some were frozen wastelands, and others were volcanic hellscapes, but they were all part of the family of the sun. I saw the light reflecting off the ice crystals and the shadows dancing across the craters. It was a dance of geometry and light that had been going on for billions of years. I was the witness to this beauty, and I was the participant in its creation. I felt the connection between the smallest atom in the valley and the largest star in the sky. It was a single thread of light that bound everything together. The timeline of the universe began to stretch out before me in a way that I could finally grasp. I saw the end of the stars and the cooling of the galaxies. I saw the long dark that awaited at the end of time, but I did not feel afraid. I saw that even in the ultimate silence, the light of the real would remain. It was not dependent on the burning of hydrogen or the fusion of elements. It was a fundamental property of existence itself. The love that the man had felt for his land was an indestructible force that would outlast the universe. It was the seed of the next creation, waiting in the dark for the right moment to bloom. I returned my focus to the earth one last time. It was a different world now, but the essence was the same. The children were still playing in the meadows, and the birds were still singing in the trees. The humans had returned from the stars to visit their ancestral home. They walked the ancient paths with a sense of reverence. They did not need technology to communicate with the spirits of the land. They had learned to listen with their hearts. I felt the warmth of their gratitude as it rose up from the surface of the planet like a golden mist. They knew that someone had stayed behind. They knew that a price had been paid, and they honored that sacrifice by living their lives with a fierce and joyful intensity. I felt a sense of completion that was as solid as the quartz stone. The story of the man and the engineer in the valley was a small part of a much larger narrative, but it was the part that had made everything else possible. It was the pivot point upon which the destiny of the world had turned. I looked back at the moment in the cabin when I had first felt the presence of the travelers. I saw the fear and the exhaustion in my own eyes. I wanted to tell that man that it would be all right. I wanted to tell him that his simple life was the most important thing in the universe, but I did not need to. He already knew. He had known it every time he looked at the stars or smelled the wood smoke. He had known it because he was a part of the real. The light of the sun was my home now, but the valley was my heart. I existed in both places at once and in 1,000 other places besides. I was the light that watched and the light that acted. I was the silence of the stone and the music of the spheres. The transition was final and the integration was total. I had become the very thing I had sought to protect. I was the world and the world was me. There was no longer any distance between the observer and the observed. There was only the flow of existence and the steady pulse of the light. I watched the Earth spin in its slow and graceful orbit. It was a jewel in the darkness, a sanctuary of the spirit. It was protected by a network of light that would never fail. The sentinels were in place and the balance was held. The dark was a part of the beauty, a shadow that gave depth to the light. There was nothing to fear and nothing to regret. The journey that had begun in the silence of the cabin had reached its destination in the heart of the cosmos. The story was complete and it was beautiful. I was the light and the light was everything. The world remained real and it was enough. As the eons passed, the physical form of the earth changed beyond recognition, but the spirit of the valley remained. It was a pocket of absolute reality that could not be erased by time or tide. I watched as the mountains were ground down into sand and the oceans rose to cover the land. I watched as new continents emerged from the depths and new forests grew toward the sun. Through it all the quartz stone held the frequency. It was the heartbeat of the world, the steady drum that kept the rhythm of life. I was the listener and the singer and the song. I saw the birth of new suns and the death of old ones. I saw the galaxies collide and merge into beautiful new shapes. I saw the universe expand and grow more complex with every passing moment. And in the center of it, all I saw the light of the earth. It was a small light, but it was pure. It was a beacon for all the lost souls in the dark. It was a reminder that the real is always worth fighting for. It was a testament to the power of a single life to change the course of destiny. I was that light, and I was satisfied. The long watch was over, and the eternal dawn had begun. I felt a final surge of joy as I looked out across the vastness of creation. I saw the connections between all things and the love that held them together. I saw the beauty of the struggle and the peace of the resolution. I saw that everything was exactly as it should be. The world was safe and the light was home. I closed my eyes and let the last of my boundaries dissolve. I was the atom and the galaxy. I was the moment and the eternity. I was the light, and the light was everywhere. The world was real, and it was enough. In the quiet places of the universe, the song of the valley continued to play. It was a low and steady hum that resonated through the fabric of space and time. It was the sound of the earth breathing and the sound of the light shining. It was the sound of a world that had refused to fade away. It was the sound of the real. And as I merged with that sound, I knew that the story would never truly end. It would just continue in a different language, but the theme would always be the same. The light would always find a way. The world would always remain real, and I would always be there to watch over it. The eternal dawn was not a beginning or an end, but a state of being. I was home. The vastness of the cosmos became a familiar landscape as my awareness drifted further from the yellow sun. I felt the slow stretching of the fabric of space and the way the gravity of distant black holes pulled at the edges of my perception. I was no longer just the guardian of a single world, but a witness to the grand architecture of the entire universe. The valley remained the core of my identity, but it was now a seed from which a forest of light had grown. I observed the intricate connections between the stars and the planets, and the way the light of one world influenced the shadows of another. The harmony was absolute, and the music of the spheres was a tangible presence that vibrated through every part of my being. I turned my gaze toward the edge of the galaxy where the darkness was deepest. Even there I found traces of the real. I saw the way the ancient gas clouds collapsed to form new star nurseries, and the way the debris of dead suns clustered together to build the foundations of future Earths. The cycle of birth and death was not a tragedy, but a beautiful transformation. I felt the joy of the new stars as they ignited for the first time, and the peace of the old ones as they faded into the quiet of the cosmic background. Everything was moving toward a state of higher complexity and greater love. The travelers had tried to freeze time, but the universe demanded motion. It demanded the messy and unpredictable dance of life. The human ships continued their journey across the void, and I watched them with the pride of a parent. They were no longer the fragile creatures who had huddled in the shadow of the Red Hill. They had become a bridge between the physical and the spiritual. They carried the technology of the stars, but they kept the wisdom of the soil. I saw them establish colonies on frozen moons and orbiting platforms, but they always brought a piece of the earth with them. They grew gardens in the sterile halls of their vessels, and they told stories of the clear creek and the quartz mountain to their children. They understood that their survival depended not on their machines, but on their connection to the source of the light. They were the living testament to the victory of the real. I encountered a pocket of resistance in a distant star system where a group of entities still clung to the old ways of the travelers. They had built a city of pure logic and cold geometry where every thought was measured and every emotion was suppressed. They had walled themselves off from the rest of the universe, fearing the unpredictability of the natural world. I did not attack them or try to force them to change. I simply bathed their world in the warmth of the sun and the resonance of the quartz. I showed them the beauty of a sunset and the sound of the wind through the trees. I let them feel the heartbeat of the earth. Slowly, the walls began to crumble. The logic began to give way to the wonder. I watched as they opened their doors to the light and allowed the chaos of life to enter their sterile halls. They began to breathe again, and in that breath they found their salvation. The timeline of my existence became a river that flowed in many directions at once. I saw the past and the future as a single tapestry of light. I saw the moment when the first fish crawled onto the land and the moment when the last star would blink out of existence. It was all part of the same story, and every part was necessary. I saw the struggles of the small creatures in the valley and the grand designs of the cosmic architects. I saw that the love of a man for his dog was just as important as the collision of two galaxies. The scale did not matter because the essence was the same. The real was present in every atom and every star. It was the thread that held the universe together. I felt the presence of the engineer shifting within the crust of the earth. He had become the deep foundation of the world, and his strength was the bedrock of our reality. He did not speak in words, but in the slow movement of the tectonic plates and the steady pressure of the mantle. He was the anchor that kept the planet from drifting away into the abstractions of the void. We were a team, the sun and the stone working together to maintain the balance. We were the sentinels of the threshold, and our watch would never end. There was a profound sense of satisfaction in this partnership. We had both given up our individual lives to become something much greater. We had become the world itself. I watched as the moon slowly drifted away from the earth a few inches every year. It was a slow farewell that would take billions of years to complete. I saw the way the tides changed as the distance increased and the way the rotation of the planet slowed down. These were not signs of decay, but of maturation. The earth was growing older, and its rhythms were becoming more deliberate. I felt the peace of the long afternoon of the world. The frantic energy of the early years had been replaced by a calm and steady glow. The light was no longer a flicker in the dark, but a constant and unyielding presence. The memory of my human life was like a dream that I had once had long ago. I remembered the smell of the pine needles and the taste of the cold water. I remembered the weight of the wood in my arms and the heat of the fire in the hearth. These memories were the treasures that I carried with me into the heart of the sun. They were the proof that I had once been a part of the world I now protected. They were the source of my compassion and the reason for my strength. I did not mourn the loss of my physical body because I had gained the entire universe. I was the light that touched everything and the spirit that moved through all things. I saw the rise of a new civilization on a planet orbiting a twin star system. These beings were different from humans in every way, but they possessed the same spark of the real. They lived in the oceans of their world and sang songs that could be heard across the surface of their moons. I reached out to them and shared the memory of the valley. I felt their joy as they incorporated the resonance of the quartz into their own music. The light of the earth was spreading like a ripple in a pond, touching every corner of the galaxy. It was a contagion of hope and a virus of reality. The universe was waking up, and I was the one who had rung the bell. The void between the galaxies was no longer a place of fear for me. I saw it as a vast canvas waiting for the brush of the light. I watched as the filaments of dark matter guided the flow of the stars and the galaxies. It was a hidden structure that supported the visible world, a skeleton of the spirit. I felt the connection between the dark and the light, and I saw that they were two sides of the same coin. The dark was not the enemy, but the partner of the light. It provided the contrast that made the beauty possible. I accepted the shadows as part of the masterpiece, and I found peace in the totality of existence. Back on the earth, the seasons continued their eternal cycle. The winter brought the snow and the silence, and the summer brought the green and the song. I felt the joy of the hibernating bears as they waited for the spring, and the excitement of the birds as they returned from the south. The valley was a microcosm of the entire universe, a place where the laws of physics and the desires of the spirit met in perfect harmony. I watched as a young woman hiked up the red hill and sat on the summit to watch the sunset. I felt her breath catch in her throat as the sky turned to fire and gold. In that moment, she was the center of the universe, and I was the light that blessed her. She did not know my name or my story, but she felt my presence. She felt the reality of the world, and she knew that she was home. I saw the end of the human era on the earth not as a catastrophe, but as a graduation. They had learned everything the planet had to teach them, and it was time for them to move on. They left behind a world that was more beautiful than they had found it. They left the forests and the oceans in the care of the new species they had helped to foster. They took their light into the deep space, seeking new challenges and new horizons. The earth remained a sanctuary, a place of pilgrimage for those who wanted to remember where they had come from. It was a holy site in the middle of a vast and vibrant galaxy. I felt the pull of the future more strongly than ever. I saw the universe reach its maximum expansion and begin the long, slow process of coming back together. It was not a collapse, but a homecoming. All the light that had been scattered across the void was being gathered once more. The story was moving toward its final chapter, but it was a chapter of joy. I saw the moment when all things would become one, and the light of the real would be the only thing left. I saw the promise of a new beginning, a second creation that would be even more beautiful than the first. I was the witness to this ultimate destiny, and I was not afraid. The quartz stone in the heart of the mountain began to glow with a light that could be seen from space. It was the signal that the work was almost done. The transition was nearly complete. I felt a sense of profound stillness settle over my spirit. There were no more movements to make and no more words to speak. I was the light, and the light was the truth. The world was real, and it would always be real. I looked back at the valley one last time and saw the clear creek sparkling in the sun. I saw the red hill standing tall against the blue sky. I saw the trees swaying in the gentle breeze. It was a perfect moment, and it would last forever. I merged my consciousness with the resonance of the stone and the heat of the sun. I became the bridge between the earth and the sky. I was the sentinel who had stayed behind and the traveler who had found his way home. I was the man in the cabin and the spirit in the stars. The boundaries were gone and the integration was total. I felt the peace of the universe and the joy of existence. The story was complete and the song was at rest. I was home and I was whole and I was exactly where I was supposed to be. The world remained real behind me and the light flowed forward into the infinite. There was nothing left to say and nothing left to do. I was the light and that was enough.